All right, all right. I thought I started streaming a second ago, but I didn't. By the way, hello. Okay, so we're gonna try blurring this decent amount, quite a bit, honestly. And then we'll do this. We're doing the data transfer afterwards. It's quite slow. 2.1. No. Let's turn on the clothing, see how it's lining up. Let's do a little bit more, 0.03. I want it over. I'm hoping that will help its interior. Let's open do that as well. Increase the density. It's going to be quite slow now. Way too slow. Okay, we'll just do 4. Save. All right. Now that we've done that, go back down here. And let's update this. Duplicate, apply. And duplicate, apply. I really need to turn that into a macro. You start building better macros because it could save a lot of time that way. Darn, we're still getting this here. It's crunchiness. Perhaps that's the shrink wrap and not the data transfer. So what I wanted to do was take this edge. We deleted it, and now we're shrink wrapping it onto here. Yeah, honestly, this can be brought way in. Even do a data transfer to blend it. I like that. Not as nice as I was hoping for, but still an improvement. Blur the position a little bit less, or do another blur. Let's do another blur on the data transfer. if it loads. So we blurred here. That gives us this one. And I think I just want to blur again afterwards. Interesting, that got weird. Okay, it's pretty strong. Let's see. Hello, Kai. Welcome. Really is just the armpit. Why don't we update this? Blur. Okay. Blur attribute position. I want to make a new one of those. Just blur position. New collection. Blur position. How's your day going, Kai? It's a good, slow workday so far. Warming up. Okay, heck yeah. Mix vector? No. Blur. Just be blur attribute. Yeah. Vector. Goes here. Iterations. Wait. I guess I could also include selection. I really wanted to. Well, I've done it. But this will be a little bit nicer because that way we can put an attribute into the weight. We've already saved it, so back to here. And we have the blur. I want to turn this off for a second. We'll remove this. Blur. Position. And we'll do 20. But we'd like to do it just on the armpit. So back to body here. Doop, doop, doop. We'll select this area and we'll say mask armpit. And then we'll level set. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit. One more time. Yeah. Okay, save that. Back to the clothing. It's a good, slow work day so far. Warming up. That's exciting. Should have that because I need to do that. Armpit. interesting. But if we do that before multi-layered shell, we've got tents. Actually, I should be able to just turn it down. Let's put the shell here. Blur. Guess I can blur again. I'd like a blur displace. That blob, is that just checking for weights or shapes? So when you use a data transfer modifier, you can absorb weights from one mesh to the other. So if you have a sweater, you can absorb the weights from the body. But what's kind of odd with Blender is that each separate object will receive those weights kind of differently. So like the sweater wouldn't match the shorts. But if we take the body and we turn it into like a volume instead, so we're making these different shells for the character, then when we sample, we're sampling a 3D space rather than just the surface. And it yields more accurate deformation, especially for like layered clothing. So if you have clothing, like for example, on my clothing here, I have a lot of layered pieces in here, and I want them all to blend properly. So this is kind of a really cheap, easy way to do that. Excuse me. A little bit of cheating. But I want to do one more version of my blur. Recreate that armpit. I would have expected that blur like that, but whatever works the best, to be honest. But yeah, so it is for the weights specifically, just to answer your question, point blank. Blur position. But actually, I will do that with this one, blur position. Instead of doing it this way. Make a repeat node. This will only ever blur once, but if we put it in a repeat node, we can still have it blur. And but we could also add a offset normal. But we'll scale that with the same weight. So So that way I could blur just this edge here. So I should be able to blur this while also displacing not that useful. Okay, let's get rid of that. All right, well, we'll go back in. I wonder if I could just keep blurring it. Yeah, I'm using so many geometry nodes now in my workflow. I think it's becoming a lot more like, what was it called? Cinema 3D, 4D, something like that. I still left the node. It's okay. Hello, Aqua. Welcome. How's your day going? It's a little bit better. Okay. So now we'll go down to here. It goes work and all that. Relatable. Relatable. I'm already ready for the weekend. That does not look very good. I did move this here a little close to the edge of the object. Bring it in a little. Or maybe it needs to be closer. I don't know. I'm not. I got a jury summons on Monday, lol. No. I feel like that should be behaving better. Oh my god. Let's go to the body. Interesting. No. No. God damn, I'm tired. All right. Buddy. Gotta not lean on my neck so much. Okay. Stop. Keep sneezing. Got something in your nose? Oh, god damn. No. No. Stop. Good morning, Arthur. Hello. Good morning. I have to go put him in the other room. It's the only way for him to stop harassing me. Not that he's really harassing. He just wants to lick my hair the whole time. No. 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 Stop. Oh. I'm doing it wrong. I see what's going on. Stop. Okay. When we do the voxelized or the multi-shell version, I resample the body. That doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do that. I would want to sample from these interpolated weights. This is doing the interpolation already. let's try again. Teddy plush. I was hoping that would help. I think we need to like alternate displacing and blurring. That is smoothing. Ah, I see. This one's only the arm. By 250. Move. Let's set it back to 1. Hello, Uni. Welcome. 250 here. 50 there. Interesting. They start interfering with each other. Something to say. What's that something? I wish there was a better way to do that. Thinking of some ways, but this will have to do for now. Very dim. Pull this forward just a little bit more. Okay. Okay. Ooh, super close. Just need to get rid of this one little bumpy there. Hmm. The shrink wrap's not doing me any favors here at the moment. So let's go to edit, vertex, weight, edit. We'll do this before the shrink wrap. Grab shrink wrap. Fall off. Custom. That. Less sharp. Save. Okay. A few tweaks on this side, and then I think I'm good to go. I got an intern job as a video editor. That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope that is a good fit for you. Actually, we needed to pull those back. Save. Let's get that exported. I don't think I adjusted enough to warrant rebaking. Fingers crossed. Well, we're about to find out. Do do do. Do with a bit of smoothing here. Kind of a strong grab from the arm, so maybe something needs to be blended there. Side looks a lot better. The back looks a lot better. Outfit is awesome, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, I really like the design. Kind of gives me like Journey vibes in a very good way. I love Journey. Oh, his fingers! No! They took his nose. Save. Okay. Let's just review, see if there's anything else that needs updating. Looks like the belt's poking through, that's an issue. And then this belt here is also poking through. The feet. Okay. It's definitely odd. Interesting. Okay, so the other side must be influencing it. Do, 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 do. For these items down here, we'll switch which object we're sampling from. These ones will actually just be normally body low. Selected. Make sure we do this before mirroring. Save. Be better. No. Whatever. Everything else is kind of interlayered. Oops. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. All right, we need to get rid of the feet influence here. Feet and toes. So maybe we'll make a mask for the toes. Something to remove them. Cool. That looks a lot better. Yeah, we'll just delete the bottom completely. I'm gonna go back to here. So I created this node, delete in direction. Kind of a goofy one. Can't see it here. That's pretty useful. Make a new collection. So there is one somewhere. Delete, delete, delete. Delete in direction. There we go. Oh. Okay. So basically, we have our position. Subtract nothing from it. And we get the dot product with this custom vector. So Okay, so it's literally like anything this way just goes in this direction. I don't like that. Let's call this one delete in direction with offset. I don't know why I would do just do that in this other one. Gotta find it again. Feel old. Ah. What? So in that direction and something, something. Why can't I just do this one? Just do that. There we go. Okay, maybe that's what I intended to begin with. So in a direction with an offset. So we'll call this direction vector. Set. Yay. Save. Back to the other one. -1. And we'll do set it the right way. Cool. So now it should only absorb some stuff right here. What happens if I put it here? That's a little cleaner. Cool. I already had one. Lol. X, Y, Z. Oh, so this should be. All right, one last one. uh, Okay, so we fixed some of this. We could raise the slice on the legs even higher, because I want this to basically move just with the upper lower leg. Excuse me. Armpit looks quite good. How's the neck doing now? Very good. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I actually fucked up. I still will delete more, but should also re-enable these. Let's just get in game and review it there. It's always a lot easier seeing the movement in game. Much better. Still have this belt loop missing there. Got some intersection on the hips. So maybe let's include that on the blur like we did the armpit. Hips and backs of the knees. Also need to update some of these. Actually, no, that's not terrible. It's I kind of like it, honestly. Oh, good. The collar's looking so much better. I do think I'd rather have the collar move with the neck, though. Especially now that that shadow isn't there. Need a little bit of blur here on the very front. Smooth in that arm. Okay, we're getting there. A few more passes, and then we'll be done. Let's start with poly. Last time I put armatures on everything, it prevented exporting, so I have to remember to move that. If I forget, things will get weird. Annoying. It's my motto in life. Weird and annoying. Should be able to blur that. Data transfer. Oh, data transfer. That's the issue there. If I turn off the data transfer and stretch, we get some nice blending on the front. Just clicked. So yeah, on the collar here, honestly, that's tricky. So I think we want the neck to influence the front here, but just like this section there. And undo that. Make sure I have auto normalize on. Do that again. That way we should be getting nice way to blend that. Turn that back off. The evil betrayer. Hit that button. Okay. Probably gotta intersect. It looks weird. Okay, so we won't do that. But I'd say this whole section here, no. This whole section should be the head. No exceptions. That's all the head. It's the neck. Just in case. About Front right here is way too strongly influenced. Okay, that's the data transfer then. Um, Interesting. Interesting. Still a lot of influence there. I would expect it to have been removed completely. Um, I did it the wrong way. Opposite way. Should have removed. Okay. Some movement, but it's not exploding. Good. The vest is poking through now? It's a little surprising. It's using the voxel weights as well. Is it the voxel weights at all? No. It does get quite smushed in here. Hmm. No, I think I liked my other voxel better. Um, the shell's not super great, so let's get rid of the shell. Save that. We'll get rid of the blur position, blur position. I guess we'll keep the deletion. That works pretty nice. All right. Then we'll want our graph voxel. What do we call it? Voxelize mesh. Yep. And let's enable the clothing. Just gotta get some offset. There. Okay. Save. It's a little different than I would expect. Oh, I see. We just want to match it. Well, there we go. Okay. A little bit more. Let's do 24. May have been too much. Oops. All right. 60. Cool. So now we've got all of our vertices, this little volume that we've created. I like that should work differently, but I don't know why it's not. I don't have time to figure it out. So looks good. We can do. Excuse me. Voxelize it before we mirror. Do a data transfer. Body low. onto here. So that gives us all these groups. It gets mirrored onto one half. And then we flip it. Let's actually do body source, no modifiers. Because that way we'll transfer the groups, but just on one half from half an object. Then we mirror. Should work nicely. Okay. Now I'd like to do this all dynamically. Gonna get ready for gym. Have a nice rest of your day. Sounds good, Arctic. Enjoy your gym. Catch you later. Enjoy the rest of your day. I believe it's Thursday already. Okay. So, transferring. This might undo a decent amount of work I just did. But I don't know what else to do in order to make sure that the clothing is blending evenly. It's an odd one. Okay. Let me let's make a new object. Voxel weights merged. Make an object. Doesn't matter what it is because we'll just do geometry collection. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm going to go the other way. Take this object, select this one, just duplicate this, move it over here. Okay. And this one, all the modifiers will be active, but we'll hide it here. Go ahead and delete all these. Add a mod, geometry input, collection. So we replace, and we'll hide it, duplicate. Groups. So that's okay. Then we'll do the data transfer. How have I been doing that? So I can have the combined voxel. Yeah, still need to do something like that. Okay. Wait, paint. I could still do that multi-shell one, or blur the source and then do the shell, and then transfer again. If this doesn't work, that will be the next direction to go. It's good. That looks quite good. A little bit of an issue here. Huh. I think I have a better solution. It's pretty good for now. Just want to make sure that some of this influence isn't quite so strong. Let's see how the legs behave as well. Pretty darn good overall. Okay. I'm heading in the right direction. It's still a lot of stupid shit I need to figure out though. Okay. I'm going to duplicate this. Call this voxel. Get rid of what the data transfer. I want this one to get rid of the voxelizer. So that way we just have this body. But I want to get rid of the mirror. So we're voxelizing just this source now. Boom, boom. So we sample, get rid of the mirror here. Excuse me. I can already see some better ways to do this. And so I'm debating on whether I redo it all or not. What I did instead was, rather than making this big voxel, we actually had a stepped voxel around the character. That would be much better. Because then we wouldn't get the arm influencing all the way over here on the clothing. Because right now, this point here interpolates between the two sides. That's an issue. We want a smoother shell, but we don't want the shells in the same way I had before, because then we get this overlapping intersection. So that's no good. The only other way would be a smarter voxelizer. We do have just a standard voxel modifier. Right. Remesh. Blocks. Almost. I would want the inside filled up too. Okay, so let's make that really quick. I had my graph voxelized mesh. No, I didn't actually. That's a new one. So mesh to voxels. It'd be pretty simple. We'll start with a sphere. Boom. Mesh to right. Doesn't give me an inside, so that's not what we want. Okay. curved line, resample, curve, based on the count. Resample the curve. Hello, Crosshatch Ryatsu. Welcome back. Ryutatsu. World's Biggest Furry Convention POV by Sam Camp. Oh, that was me. No, no. I have definitely not seen this. Oh, you know what? I have seen clips of this. Interesting. There was a interesting video I watched recently. It's on the history of furries. It was fascinating, honestly. Close. I remember there's also a furry documentary podcast on Tubi. The part remembers those certain toys. Interesting. Do I subtract one? Seems like it's getting shrunk by just one too many, so. Yeah. There we go, voxel grid. And then we just want to take our original geometry, get the bounds, and then we'll set position. Let's first realize these. And I guess merge them. This is the actual voxelization function here. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, one big caveat here, which is for the instances when we first make them, Otherwise, we're just recreating the same system. When we make them here, we have all these points. Let's just say mesh 2 points, like so. So we see points, bada boom. We want to delete those points. It's called fursonas. Well, I'm certainly familiar with fursonas, unless I'm misunderstanding you there. Okay, we're deleting the geometry, we're deleting the points, because we want to sample is sample nearest surface it's on 2B. Okay. So we'll sample both of them. Actually, a lot of it's online. I mean, most of the culture is online. Okay, so we'll first sample the nearest surface for position. Then we'll also sample for normal. The true normal. So what we do is get position. And we subtract that. I guess I could just use this. From position to our new position. Actually, the other way around. From where we sampled to our current position. Does that have a dot product greater than 0? Interesting. I'm shrinking the size. It doesn't matter because we'll match the bounds. Actually, this little deletion I guess we could just delete the points themselves. Let's match the bounds first. So we do this, merge, we're gonna map, we're gonna look at the stats. Look at the stats, the vector, the position. Vector. So we're taking the position, we're taking our min and max that we're currently at, and we're matching them to the min and max of our sample geometry. Boom. So now it's fitting the sphere we have underneath all this. This one. So it's fit to it now. And I'm going to turn off realize and merge. And This is going to be a little rougher, but it'll do. Yeah. So the instancing on the points we'll save for later. The math on that's kind of really tricky. I do want it this way. We'll turn off merge. And we could process it per mesh island. That would work. That performed better than I expected, to be honest. Normals don't matter. So there we go. Okay, so there we have a really nice voxelized mesh that we can adjust now. Normals are super messed up, but we could continue to add more resolution on one side over the other. One last thing to do is we'd also want to include a proximity check. So if the proximity is less than it's greater than 1. This would be an end. The only way to really increase the size is just increase the resolution. Okay, but this is a dense voxel mesh. Beautiful. We've merged. Mark as asset. Cool. Let's go back to Molson here. That's what we wanted. Cool. So we do that. Voxel to mesh. Then we can mirror. I don't have to worry too much about the legs because the actual portion of the legs that need to follow the body are fine. So okay, go here. Okay. Generate. Okay, so we got the groups, we got the weights. Sorry, let me turn that back on real quick. Should turn on the clothing. Just want to see how close everything is. We could go a bit bigger. Point 1.08. And let's increase the resolution too. Because that will let me set distance a little bit. I could yeah, what's it look like on this one? Not sure what the inside of a voxel would do with a displace. Definitely starts getting crazy. Okay, let's put that before. I can live with that. Okay, so these weights should be picking up. Interesting. Cool. That seems to have worked well. Gap right here. See what it looks like. Hello, Snardom. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's it been? I might have to step away from my computer in just a second. People are checking the apartments. How's life? Life is good. Life is good. Busy, busy, busy. Um, I might be doing some work for some local interior design companies soon, so I'm excited. Got some opportunities there that I'm intrigued by. Which side is clipping? Clipping there too. And the whole point of our voxel was to prevent that kind of intersection. Blur that a little bit more. Busy started with my teaching classes, as in back to school for me, mandatory 1.5 year classes, which is normal for people coming from corporate life into education here. Interesting. What? Well, I hope hope that goes by quick. What kind of classes are going to be taken? Sorry, I gotta get ready. Some people come by. Just I'm back. Pedagogy and didactic stuff mostly. Oh, interesting. Sounds fancy to me. Didactics. What a fun word. So, not related to content, but more aimed at how to deal with young adults, how people learn, that kind of thing. Okay. I'm sure that'd be interesting. I feel like I'd learn a lot about what works, what doesn't work for me. Or why things didn't work for me. 1 second, y'all. Come in. One second. All right, we're good. So, main points of weakness on the rigging currently. A bit, but not going into psychology too deep. Actionable psychology. I think the chest influence actually needs to go out this way rather than the arm. recently saw, which a few months ago now, the update to Neurosama. Did you see that Neurosama in VR chat? I I've seen some clips or some headlines, but I don't know anything more than just like a sentence. I have seen some bots in uh VR chat and stuff that were like talking to each other. It was odd being in a room where things talking that aren't people. Okay, so the data transfer should be strongest here. Hopefully that helps. Something new in here. I've been building a system for kind of implementing voxel weights, like a DIY version. But I have a mesh in here, or there was a mesh in here, but I have like a chunk of my body mesh, and then I'm deleting sections of it and then turning it into a voxel mesh. Then I sample it in another object in order to get the weight paints properly transferred. And then I sample, then I have the clothing sample of those weights. And it's kind of nice because it helps it takes the weights from the surface and puts them into a 3D space. And it's sometimes been effective. 50-50. I had a nice way to automate the like testing the movement of bones with it too. I think it could work out pretty nicely. What's going on up there? Huh? Too much for a little kitty cat. Too much for a little kitty cat. All right, you can go. But been using so many geometry nodes now. Used geometry node voxels for generating colliders in the past, but it's very cool for weight, especially clothing. And hi, cat. Cat says hi. Good old little pixie girl. Not so little anymore. All right, let's see how that worked. But for like certain things, like all these buckles and stuff, it's worked out really nice. I've been enjoying that because it keeps all these little pieces together in a way that I think normally they would just tear. But what it really struggles with are like armpits and weights of objects that are kind of intersecting or really pinched. Okay. Not a fan of that. But yeah, I've been loving geometry nodes recently. I think it's amazing. It's all starting to make sense. I figured out a nice way to kind of join my meshes together really fast. Um, for example, like I can have one source mesh for all the fingers, and then I can attach all the fingers dynamically, and it's fun. If only had time, I'd blend all day. Well, I'm enjoying it while I can. I feel like Feel the pressure to look for alternate sources of income now, for better or worse. What if I... So this is from the voxel. What if I made another group, the data transfer from the body? It's getting too complex. So this pulls in the weights here. So I don't want that on this side. I want to be able to blend these in a little bit more manually. Okay, yeah, mask data transfer. Well, hopefully you'll have if you're going back to school, hopefully you'll have a bit more time to indulge some hobbies. All right, the front is now blending a bit better. It's a little hard to see here. But we do see some intersection here. School plus job as a teacher, so can I have your time machine for a bit? Give me a time machine. Oh, BlendCon in Austin's coming up. I just got an email from them recently. If I go, I'll get some merch to send to you. Blender cult. All right, we're going to be a bit more ham-handed with this. Speaking of work, looking for a different source of income, you'd be amazed how many game dev students can't finish their internship because the studios go bankrupt. You know, there's just too many games now. Like, I don't know how studios can keep churning out games. It's like an unlimited fire hose of video games 24/7. I don't know how you stand out in that as a challenge. Indie, please. I'm all for indie games, but it's a tough market out there. I really think that people with game dev skills uh, just need to start looking at other industries and applying those skills there. Machining, visualization, architecture, all that kind of jazz. Everything will kind of become gamified in the long run, in my opinion. Voxel weights. Voxel weights, okay. Combined. Combined, yeah. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. Let's see how we did. That being said, Sam Dudder, what if someone made a game that was live controlling things IRL? Depends on what you mean by that. Like, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Everything gamified. Want to play a game? Do your taxes. That's a game they love to have us play. Um, as dystopian as that sounds, it might be cool. Someone game live controlling things IRL. You mean like a conspiracy or something, or are you just saying like we live in The Sims? Damn, I really wish it was blending nicer there. We have some clippage there too. Imagine space exploration like that in the past. Give everyone their own space drone to control. Let it control skyscrapers and robots. Exactly. I mean, I think, if you can make a simple game, there's a good chance you can apply what you've learned to something physical, and there's gonna be a lot of value in that. Hmm, maybe that's why. All right, that should give a bit more space on things. Someone makes an adventure game, then builds a robot that can do the exact same fighting moves as the character. I mean, it really is how it really is bizarre how well some of these some of the digital training comes over into real life with these robots. Video games might be one of the greatest sources of value for AI. Just like free training data. Training all your robots on Call of Duty. Your military robots. Then as a robot fight experience fight, I actually came across a game. Not a game yet. It's pretty cool. It's it's like a they're all neural networks. You wanted to check that out. Cooler than robots are protective exoskeletons that stay right inside up even when dazed. Obviously, they're using like animations to train them, and then, or at least to start that training. But it's pretty cool to see. I get pretty excited for video games in VR with like intelligent enemies, at least like physically intelligent. Like that'll be fun. Very dynamic, yeah. Should be getting a really nice blend there. At all. Ugh, it's taking forever. Okay. Holy. Did you see the strike slash protest? Probably wrong in location. South Korea. Factory workers on the streets because Hyundai replaced robots workers and will replace them now. Trained robots will replace them now. Wow. I mean, that's gonna be the sentiment in a lot of places. I'm just thankful that the ability to train robots is pretty open source for right now. So, but it is going to be kind of bloodbath over the next few years when it comes to jobs. I don't see that changing. Robots should stay indie. Not quite sure what that means, but I like it. True about open source. RAM VRAM prices exceeding Bitcoin value. I imagine there will be some financial hurdles for me before I can train one. Hello, Trothier. Welcome. Proliferation of VR MMOs are definitely inevitability. Do you foresee them going the way of arcade gear grinds, or the unique feel VR provides pave the way for MMOs with value, immersion, roleplay, enforced through game mechanics? I think that if generative AI really comes about as people imagine it, where it's just like you're prompting things in real time, I think it'll be kind of like an MMO, but I really doubt that there's going to be one company in charge of everything. There might be some platforms like VRChat that really benefit, but only for a little while. Just until the next model gets good enough that people can generate stuff in that one. I don't know. It's such an odd little world we find ourselves in. Okay. Speaking of that, there are furries that are trying to replace VRChat. Resonate. More than one furry indie group. Resonate is one. I mean, it's just interesting because there doesn't seem to be an end to the amount of people trying to build their own platform. I don't know if that's a trend that will continue, but it seems to me like eventually you could have games, entire MMOs that are built for just like 5 people, like you and your buddies, and you all play in some isolated, self-contained little space. But they'll just be so specific that I think the era of very, very broad appeal in games is over. Like maybe some flagship titles, Half-Life and things like that. But I I think it's going to get really personalized. Extremely, extremely personalized. Personalized world building, personalized NPCs. It'll all be about like very individual wants and needs for games. That's my 2 cents. I mean, I love art. I love making things. This generative AI stuff is moving so fast, and the things you can do with it, it sidesteps a lot of the really. It's like you have handmade algorithms on one side, which is super sharp, has all these edge cases, and then you have the neural nets on the other side, which are so soft that you can't get anything specific that you might want, but they cover a lot of area really easily. It's another one that I'm afraid to mention, although when it comes out, they say you can easily mistake your own instances within the game. Is that the one with the CEO that really, the inflammatory CEO? Okay, I'm spacing out here. Let's try to get this on. Just want to make sure that this is over the best. Probably not the one you're referring to. Okay. I hope a profit emerges that starts providing software modules and unified standards that open licenses to make MMO development more accessible, safeguard those experiences from disappearing once servers go down, make it so dev teams can learn lessons from their predecessors instead of starting from zero each time. For better or worse, see Gen AI shining with regard to limitless frontiers, computer-controlled beings to interact with. I don't think whatever we were doing over the last 20 years, I don't think that's gonna. I think everything's gonna get reinvented again. Just how we work. There might be some foundational similarities, but all these handcrafted algorithms that we've been creating for the last, we as a, not we personally, but just software and stuff. Just really feel like Gen AI really sidesteps that. Just like, hey, anyway, all I'm saying is, I don't know. I'll be very interested to see how much of what we've done in the past carries over into these new things. We're on the precipice at the moment. Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of different things happening. Too many different things. Needs to calm down. CEO, gambling on Roblox aimed at kids. That's not a problem. It's a financial opportunity for us and learning experience for the underage kids. Something along those lines. Gotta love CEOs who care too much about the world. Roblox is yeah, I guess it'll be kind of like that. Y'all read Ready Player One or watch it? Something. I don't think it'll be as monolithic as it was in the past. I don't think there's going to be like a single Facebook. In an era where anyone could spin up their own software super easily, I think it'll just become, there'll be smaller. It's like Discord. Discord's one platform, but only because it allows the opportunity for a bunch of different tiny platforms that are all self-contained. Didn't Discord just make a big deal with some tech company? All right, we're gonna go with that. Oh. I got stuff to do on the shader here. It's time to make a custom material. I gotta lean for it. Pixie, hold on. I'm moving. I'm moving. Move that. Move. Thank you. Thank you. let's do some internal parallax. That might be kind of easy. GitHub dying? Is GitHub dying? Oh, gotcha. Depends on how you think about it, but it seems to be well used. It might be to the point where it's just overflowing with content, but or uploads and repositories and stuff. So I'm gonna grab. Some. That's because got scared of AI had any influence on the code. I mean, I don't think there's any major tech company that won't have AI generated code. They would have to make a very public stance. Otherwise, I would just assume that they are. And if they say they're not, they're probably lying. I don't know depth that I can use. Should dissolve. It's my dissolve. Dissolved color. Murphy Law, someone. I think it's inevitable. We're already at the point where we're flooding the internet with AI slop, and looking at my students, they love AI slop. Looking at companies, they love cheap labor. What could possibly go wrong? Murphy Law. I think we're gonna live through the weirdest possible time that could ever possibly happen. It just seems what the world is It's a natural trend of technology, making things weirder and weirder and weirder until you have no one. Well, it's just I don't know if it's blame or just it's just what happens with life. Life eventually gets to a point where things get weird. There we go. Should we ignore the elephant in the room? And I also love AI partially. Take my pin square and saw how much selling rate genetic calculators. I mean, companies aren't holding back. Out of AI is out of cookies. We are due. I think that AI will enable. I do believe that if people, I'd love to see a lot more communities taking AI seriously and using it for themselves. Seems to me like every family, company, it's probably going to eventually have their own AI on some level. Because would you trust someone else's AI or your own AI? I kind of feel like it motivates, it incentivizes people to get their own. And once they have their own, they can start doing some cooler stuff with it. I think we'll see. Personally, I've said this a few times, but I think we'll see kind of like there's something called Manifest Destiny in America a long time ago, where people set out into the frontier to make the most of it, make their own way, and I think we'll see something quite similar happen with AI. Also depends on what it's running on. I've actually not renamed, because renaming gets annoying. Just animated, please. Spend what it's running on. AI running on an AI program, running on an AI folder on an AI system, worth AI internet off an AI database. Only people have to work jobs they hate, and historically, automation solved this. Does what does the vast majority of your population do when they can't do the small subset of jobs still exist? We will walk toward a utopian idea of self-discovery and improvement, the limitless resources automation can provide, or dystopia where everyone is expendable and scrounges. I certainly think that if we have the ability to make intelligent beings and we could solve work, any dystopia is a choice. Like, I feel like I personally think that we'll see both as like people, there's definitely going to be a big portion of the population that just straight up becomes Luddites and does not want to deal with um, any form of AI. Are they wrong for that? I don't know. I guess not. Like, I don't think anyone could really fault them for that. Like, oh, no, I just don't want to do that. Okay, well. Oh, sorry, my connection's kind of jank. And many of it's how we bring it used by the big guys. Big guys, big guys. Let me know if the stream stops. Had a weird message on my chat. I would hope the first take, but with big corpos as it is, I think they get the toys and we'll just have to grovel. However, we can do our own things. We have to accept we don't all have the fun toys big corpo has. Stream's fine. Okay, good. Also, how some use it to steal. If we think that, anyway, I have a very strong faith in people, if they have the option to learn how to use these tools, will. Obviously, there's a portion of the population that won't, but I'd like to think that once people see the potential for these kinds of things, they will embrace it. That's a hope for sure. Let's go to the parallax right here. I want this map. And we'll actually do the same. Two, two, -0.1. Should work. Should be animated. Dissolve gradient. Here. That is the, when I have panning enabled, we have panning right there. Okay, that should be it. We just want to do the dissolve alpha. Cat. Yeah, she's being good. She's a good baby. She's a good baby. Sometimes. When she wants to be. Yeah, only time will tell. I certainly would love to live in a future where space travel is happening. I think that would be nice. That'd make me pretty motivated. And there's tons of news coming out right now for like potential, like, medicine seems to have really the is the eye an aura? I suppose so. It's more like just a simple effect. It might try to dissolve the edge a little bit more. First, let's get the toggle working. Dissolve alpha. When it's on, we'll set it to 0. And we'll just want to add a blend. Smooth loop. Oops, no. Just give it a shot. See what that looks like. It's probably just going to turn it on directly. Okay, very cool. So transition, it's got to be. One would hope that limitless cosmic frontiers could solve a lot of social conflict and allow people to live how they like instead of being trapped here. Fingers crossed for a Star Trek human future. Anyone here read Hyperion? There's like this species or sect of humanity that lives in the stars and they like continue to evolve. That's pretty cool. What would be an alternate event if someone discovers something, mutates, and comes back so much out there? Dead Space, anyone? Maybe that's too fast. Let's say 10. Okay, when toggle's enabled, transition in. Then blend for this much time, then do this until turned off. So I think I'd want to add same material property, iFire, here. So we'd set it to 1, dissolves in. I don't know, my best guess. It's also nice for those who are born in a couple billion years when our sun decides to call it a day. I always felt like we must have space travel, multiplanetary intergalactic species as best species. Spread the risk, we accidentally kill ourselves all. Exactly. There we go. That's definitely too long, but it's kind of cool. I thought this would be animated. Funny. Say 1, 1, and save. Oh. That's still kind of slow. Galactic bacteria. Andromeda strain. Did anyone ever read Orson Scott Card? He has a book, Ender's Game. Okay, that looks a little weird. Transition. Overall, pretty cool though. But at the very end of one of the books, they encounter like they come up with a ranking for like how compatible you are with another species, because it turns out that there's like, I don't know, should I say this is a spoiler, but it turns out there's one of the alien species they encounter is in fact a virus, and they don't realize that it's a another species because it acts like a disease. I want my Mass Effect future, please. I do have a panning on here, but it's really slow. Okay, that looks better though. At least it's moving a little bit now. That would be dystopian if someone goes as far as humanly possible and comes back safe with the catch of having withdrawal side effects from the lack of space bacteria they were exposed to. Pixie, I can't have you leaning on me like that. I'm sorry. It's cute, but it hurts my neck after a while. Edge gradient. Interesting. Do I need to add opacity here? Seem to really do anything. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That looks a lot better. La, na, na, na. We need technology to grow bacteria to see if we can technically have aliens our size. Well, either way, regardless of meeting other life forms that are already out there, we're certainly going to have our hands full with all the life forms we end up making. I thought there was some dithering options. Is that up here? Not really sure what I'm looking at here with this. Oh, that's cool. I like the half shading. That's cool. big chunks of like nothing blending at all, which is kind of odd. What would be insane if you saw a giant virus walking around so otherworldly? In Mass Effect, there's the I forget what they're called. Fish, squid people. They were awesome. Their name started with an E or something. Well, actually, we are little biome germs already. We can see other germs. We'd see aliens all around us on each individual Uman. Uman. I was kind of hoping to have a softer fade out. We're on transparent. This additive's nice because then it's a lot softer. Oh, but then, interesting. It doesn't work at all with my parallax. I feel like in the future, if they have somehow scaled up single microorganisms, they would be probably use stuff like that for energy or something. They're already using a lot of algae to create biofuels because you can, I mean, that's kind of how it started in the first place. It looks a little bit more flame-like. Trying to use AO to watch streams. How too slow. Sorry to yawn. Get sleepy. No idea how to feel about it. I mean, their Meta's doing came out with a few papers talking about how you can how you can generate images of what people are seeing. Anyway, sorry, I could keep going. Things are moving a lot faster than we even give them credit for. Never see that brain scan trained AIs visualize. Yeah, you beat me to it. Beat me to it. That one you beat me to. Yeah, I'll make it darker. That looks a lot nice. Yeah, I like the dark blue. We're back. Yay. He's replaced with AI. What do you mean replaced? I am AI. That's cool. I like that. Feel like we could do a bit more. We could do another rim light. That's cool. Sometimes I wonder if when you sleep in a house full of electronics, do you dream of the signal transfer to your dreams? Not sure what that would mean. My dream I had last night was so weird, I came to that theory. Maybe the aliens are already here. And they live in our brains. I do think that if aliens existed for billions of years, which is possible. Okay, I learned something recently that blew my mind. There was a period of the universe where, like right now, Earth is in like the Goldilocks zone of heat and moisture content and stuff, all that jazz. There was a time when the entire universe, and that's not an exaggeration, the entire universe had those conditions. And that was like, you know, quite a long time ago. But if there is life, we are definitely not the first. Time for the food and sleep here. It was nice chatting up and talking to everyone here. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Same to you, Snardum. Good luck with your schooling, and thanks for coming by. Have a good one. We'll catch you later. And I'll let you know about BlendCon. Time and space warped. Cool. That looks fucking dope. 0.35. Maybe a little bit faster. It doesn't quite look like fire just yet. Ah. If only there was a way to see far away without seeing something that has already happened. I think Einstein would like to have a word with you. We can always time travel. We just can only do it forward. I mean, in space. Gotcha. Look far enough, you can see a star that is already a black hole. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm also going to make a slider, so we can just override this. I'll make a new toggle. Call this fire slider. I'm tired. In theory, if someone were able to safely get to the point and look back, I wonder what they would see. Someone needs to be probably the same thing. Someone needs to make the Milky Way a VR instance. details. Interesting. Let's swap the order here. This toggle above. Save, play again. All right, 12, 20. Okay, well, at least while it's enabled, you can talk. You can change it. I mean, what else would you want? So let's do that. So, should be good for now. Cool. And it should have some fizz bones too. So should be able to move it around. It'll wiggle. That looks a little odd. Where is it? It got put in the head. Where is it? Okay, let's turn this off. We'll take the fire and just pull it out for right now. Play. That means we can take the fire, move it around. And that looks a little too much. But on the fizzbone, what we can do is do a bit of this, bit of a mobile on a close. Yeah, that looks more fire-like. Not bad. Good. We'll do an angle limit. Grabbing, posing. You know, I actually don't want collision on it anyway. So that does make sense. Okay. Copy component. Save. Paste component values. All right. I think that looks good. Custom shader, Fizzbone for movement, fade in and out, and move into collider. Perfect. Actually, we still have this one here. So for the Fizzbones on the like cape here. Ooh, my brain. Biglius, yeah. Be even more if I documented better. So we're gonna add a hinge limit. No, not hinge, a polar limit. And it's water. Right back. Okay up there? I think it is going to be a goal of mine to actually build like a platform on the top of my chair that they can actually rest on. Okay, not quite there. It's close though. So we do want it to be able to clip just a little. Your physics is too much. I'll kind of limit the side-to-side motion on the top as well. So that would be the pitch here. Still going to be able to intersect, but what's it going to do? Space it out. Here's my brain. I'm tired. Cool. Lastly, the tail. Maybe the back flaps are a little too strong now. Yeah, I like that. Okay. One thing we'd like to do on the body is apply during upload. We're going to add a scale. What we're going to scale is the R, the hands. That'll just give us slightly smaller hands because they were a little too big. But it's always annoying to change the scale of hands in Blender. Much easier to change them in game. because every client's different. So you need to give control to them. Let's get our default pose looking better. We still need to fix that down there. Decal for belt buckle, still need that. We just fixed the ear movement. Animations, like to update standing pose. Then we have the fur tufts. I'm gonna move all my final items down to the bottom. Belt. I'm really not sure why this one is just detached, because I have it nice and functional right here. Oh, functional, but it's not any different than these other ones. We have vertex groups. Still nothing. Okay, well, we copied the modifiers exactly. So it's not modifiers. Clothing merged. We do merge all the clothing. Just the cloak, actually. Maybe that's why. Maybe I need to merge all these objects together. Moved very slightly. Okay, now it's working. What did I do? I applied the base level geometry node. Okay. Good. Having some problems on the legs. Maybe I need a leg only voxel transfer. Just for these ones. I think I will. So I'm going to ensure perfect accuracy. And I don't like this little gap here. It's annoying. Might be unavoidable with our current weight painting. A little bit of clipping on the back of the ankle too. It's so odd to me. Okay. 1244. It'd be nice for them these to just have smallest curve. Yeah, fun. I like that. The belt's having a bit of a tough time. Interesting. I'm tired. Okay, there is a decal on this buckle. So I'm going to take the textures from the body. I'm going to duplicate the eye. Move this down. Call this Malson clothing buckle symbol. We're going to go to Photopia. Open this right here. Delete everything. Perfect. Let's open up the reference. low res. There is one thing I'm definitely missing right now. Okay. So this here is depleted. Here, this gets divided. Boom. Just once though. Okay, few pieces to add to the high poly. So here on the hoodie, we're gonna make object to shrink wrap to the surface here. We're gonna name it hoodie pie trim. We're going to shrink wrap it onto the body. We're going to subdivide it, and then we're going to solidify. All right, subdivision first, solidify afterwards, point it the other way. And then we'll also add a store vertex colors. Cool. Let's take these two pieces here, hide them. So it's kind of like a trim. Yes. It's kind of something we're not really going to see. All right, initially on this hood, we needed to have 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1, 2, 3. Something like that. And then we also would want carve that out. Okay. That's what we want to do. Right now we have the subdivision. In order to do that, I definitely need one more loop. I think I'll do this, and we'll bevel it. Like that. So ideally, I'm getting what I need there and here. Why'd I erase this? Okay. So what I'd want to be able to do is we're going to create a gradient here, and then select every other face, and then delete them. Same here. Some sort of gradient. Every other face, delete. And like that. We'll have two groups. First is the gradient. Next is just the mask, because we only want to get the bottom faces. So we'll start with adding mask, checker, delete. Sign. Sign. Then we'll add mask, checker, gradient. Okay. And it's gonna be a little funny, but basically what we'll do is we'll set this side to 1, then 0.75, 0.5, and 0.25. Okay. Gradient. Then we just want another gradient here. Make this one a little bit bigger because it's simpler that way. Boom. So 0.75, 0.25, 0. Or I guess these are thirds, so this one would probably be better suited to 0.33, and this one would be 0.66. And lastly, 0. Cool, got our gradient, got our mask. This mask is too much. Let's remove this once. Okay, this will be a completely custom node because I don't see anything else that's going to make sense. So GeoNode, we'll put this after the subdivision. We'll call this cloak cal a checker. First thing we're going to do is isolate our selection. So we're going to say separate geometry. We're going to separate our faces. What are we going to use for that? We're going to use a named attribute. Checker. Delete. So we've selected them. Maybe it should have been a gradient as well. Then I could select down as well. Yeah, I think I'll always want to do that because it basically just makes a grid, X, Y. Okay, it's polarize range. Take our selection. Okay, I had the wrong gradient, which would explain it. So we can do the polarize it, and then if we fraction it, we should get something very close to that. Close to it. I think after I polarize it, I would need to map it. And basically take half of it. So close. Excuse me. It's got to be wrap. Let me look up exactly how that works. Yeah, it's already one. That went by so fast. Okay. Outputs a value between min and max based on the absolute difference between bounces back forth between 0 and the scale. Okay, so it's modulo. Okay, let's look at it without deletion, just feeding this value in so we can get a visual intuition. Maybe I'm doing the map range too soon. Have the right idea, but there we go. Just do it without that first, just wrapping by itself. So it takes it half. Then if I map that, hello Kai, back. What have I missed and how many more hairs you lose? All of them. You could just say greater than 0. That is pretty freaking close. Pretty freaking close. I guess we want to invert it. Strange. That should work too. Yeah, well, easy way to fix that. Math. Subtract 1 And then we just feed this in and flip it. Interesting. Should have done it. Is it not updating? That kind of flipped it, but not really. So can I do a negative here? Is it this? That's... Awesome. Not as many as I'd like up here. But I think that's the amount of faces that are there, not anything else. I just need to add more. That's... Can I just do that? I think I like the thicker ones. And then I'm going to remove the rest of these from... Cool. So now that we've done that, we've deleted them, separated them, we can join back in, be inverted, and then merge by distance. And voila, we have now done some stuff. The very cool part about this, and why I work so hard on using geometry nodes, is that it automatically creates the additional trim, it automatically creates the high poly version, and automatically UV maps it. So that saved me a lot of time. And we can actually push this down a little bit further by, when we first separate it, we have the attribute, we could say greater than 5. And again, it automatically updates. And the cool part is it's still a mesh that I can move around and do stuff with. Yay! I love geometry nodes. I think I'll do some more on the top here. It's just too cool. So we'll take this. sort of. Why would that mess with it so badly? Darn, it was working fine and now it's fucked up. Figure that out, we could go here. Because it leaves this. Edge neighbor to attribute. Tired. Okay, so what's happening? Basically, that. It's not finding edges where, because this point, okay. Okay, here's what we'll do. So basically, because this edge has a face count of 2. Boom, boom. So it's always going to be included. However, if a point, if there's an edge with 2 points that have greater than 2 vertex neighbors, number of vertices connected to this vertex. Okay. So we have face count and vertex neighbors. If this is greater than we want less than 2. That's pretty similar to this, honestly. The issue is when I'm counting the vertex neighbors here, this is still while we're looking at this mesh. It's before we have an attribute. So what I would require let's just focus on this for a second. Oh, shit. Is this new? That must be new, because I haven't seen that before. It still breaks, but interesting. So they just have a is_edge boundary node now. It's nice. But that doesn't replace anything for the most part. Oh. For each edge, I want to sum up the vertex count. Can you move your leg? Thank you. The problem is simply that it's just a single face. So it's always considered a boundary according to this. For each element. Kind of sad that I have to do it this way, but I can't think of any other way to do it. So for each element, for each edge, capture, or I guess we would have want to store. Okay, so we store it. And then for each edge, we sample the index and we get the vertex count. Yay. We add those together. We say if this is greater than 2, take the element and we store this attribute. Bada boom. What? Oh, we'd have to pass along the named attribute, which we will capture. It's kind of a goofy way to do it, but we can capture per edge this attribute, pass it along, but then we also want to remove that same attribute. That way We can pass it without using it or saving it. This will be again a Boolean on the edge. If this is greater, we would want to do, so we can just say less than. Less than or. Okay, so 2 points on a single edge. The maximum should be 4. But here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, that's 5. Because these 2 points have 5. This edge has 3. Just put it in and see what happens. Nothing. It is doing just each element. Single element geometry for the current iteration. But if it's evaluating it by itself, then are they connected to anything? So I'd want to use a repeat than each element. So repeat. Oh. All right, so for each edge, sample index. Yeah, vertex. These two are vertices here. So here's what we do. We're sampling the edge. Sample. Oh, good. I'm tired. Sample the edge. What we get? Vertex index 1. Let's be an integer on that edge. Do the same geo, same index, but the other vertex index. Then that's where we get the same geometry. But we use our index to sample that point for its vertex count. these are what we add together. If it's less than 4, we do something. We do something specifically to messing around with. So close. Okay. So greater than? No, less than. My brain's on fire. Okay. So we take the edge, we get both the vertices for that edge. We then add together the vertex count for each of those, which should be a single value. If it is greater than or equal to 5, we only would like to evaluate edges that are not part of the attribute yet. Attribute, Boolean, edge neighbor attribute. So we do this. Sample Boolean on the edge of this index. We want that named attribute. Attribute, we want this one, edge neighbor attribute. That's where we put it here. So we're only evaluating those ones. So if we don't have them, then we go this route. Oh, good God. All right, that's too much. so close. Okay, it's just this one that's throwing it off. But the issue is if I adjust this one, and this one gets messed up. So close. Maybe I can simply adjust it this way. Hi. Yes, I see you. Right, this is a really weird way to do it, but I think it will work. So what we do is we just subdivide it beforehand. And then we get everything just fine. And we can... Hi. Store attribute. An integer on the edges, and it'll be edge index. And we'll call this free edge neighbor attribute index. Why do I want such a long name? So we get rid of it. So once we do that, we actually have a really clear idea of what's what. Now what I can do is sample the nearest surface So we stored the index. Here's how we can transfer that back, because I know that do a for each element again, and we can say, I don't need this here, but we can say for each element, for each edge in this selection, I want you to store named attribute on our other piece of geometry, which is the one we'll actually be sending out. Let's see. Come on. Hard mode. Cat's interrupting me. Okay. So we have to put the for each element on the other object. And we can use the same selection, but we go, hey, for each element, that's here, that's already part of your boundary. We would like to store named attribute sd underscore edge select to be a Boolean on the edge. Okay. So close to figuring this out. Corner. No. Okay. Sample index this element. Doesn't matter what it is because we already have it. Actually, we'll sample index okay. We get a stat, and if this index equals this named attribute, then that's what we're sampling, or that's our selection. And then sampling that same attribute, or sampling this attribute right here, and then we just want to say, is the sum greater than 0? And if it is, then that's our value. Cool. And then named attribute, it's Boolean. Interesting. So capture this attribute on the edge. We'll drop this here, and I want to remove named attribute. This one. So that way I'm not passing that attribute along, but now that we've done this, for all the edges, we're going through it. This starts at 0. This is the index we want to use. We're going to compare it there. All right. So now the attribute is not making it through. So what we do is we save the index and we subdivide the mesh. We're saying, okay, for each of our edges, iteration. I'm doing index. Maybe I need to say evaluate on domain, integer, edge, or we have to sample the index for itself, which is silly. So somehow we've selected all of them. Edge. edge neighbor. So we're outputting that should be, oh, I'm still in the viewer. Still in the viewer. Saving everything. Right now it's getting stored. We do remove it. For removing it, we pass it along. Clearly, it is working on some level because that's fine. So it's the comparison here. Most likely this. So I think what we want to do um now that suddenly has everything. The selection is the value integer. We have the edge count of 145. So we go through this 145 times for all of these. We want to start at index 0 on this edge. We go, hey, index 0. Index 0. What's your index? Obviously, it passes 0 along. Then we want to sample on our mesh here these edges. We go, hey, why don't I, oh, the screen just went out. I just gotta give up. I definitely felt like I was pretty close there, but we gotta move on. That's such bullshit. It really is, like really? Go away. Oh my god. Okay. Well, let's just make another node. Okay. We'll do another node, which is delete faces. Why didn't I think of doing that? Just a little post-process just downstream should work just fine. Delete face, don't have anything like that, so delete faces. Or edge, boundary, cleanup. So we'll delete geometry, and this will be any edge. And it would be edge neighbors greater than something. Vertex neighbors. I get that edge. I feel like that edge should be so easy to isolate. I really don't understand. Edge neighbors, base neighbors, vertex neighbors, base corner neighbors. Okay, it'd be edge neighbor, um, Blender geometry nodes, edge, boundary, chains, edges. Hmm. Hide that really quick. And, no, that didn't help at all. Actually made it worse. Okay. What can we say about these edges here? This edge, this vertice, has three neighbors. This one also has three, which means together they would have six. Okay, I gotta move on. There's other stuff to do. So close to having that. Works fine here. That looks great. Maybe let's do what we did here. All right, beautiful. So we got that one here. Duplicate. that affect the other side? I gotta do this tomorrow. It's looking pretty good for the most part. Laps look great. Oh, shit. I know exactly what I need to do. It's so simple. I hate how simple that is. That's always how it works. Always how it works. It's like, I think I'll do this. And it just turns out to be super easy. Okay. Leading. I see we're getting the points. It's always the easier solution. Always. I don't think I've ever found that it's like more complicated. It only ever is simpler. Get rid of this one. Just do. Just do. Maybe move them over a little ways. Side mesh to attribute. I think I want to include faces instead of points, just points. But honestly, I can't be bothered to do this right now. Cool. We'll throw this into clothing source. Let's rename it first. This will be owl. All right. The nice part is, after all that work, that um, brain is mush after all that, Lamel. Yeah, I'm tired. It's nice though, or it's nice to have it figured out. Sort of figured out. Always more to figure out. So, pretty high trim pattern. Okay. So this one also needs. Oh, my brain. Really only this one that's changed. Okay, need a cooler standing pose. Yeah, my brain is actually just melting right now. What a funny pose. Mm. You can do it, Blender. The way the arms are is still awkward. Hmm. I feel like that's not the pose I see here. Let's make sure that on our animations, let's since it's copying. Hmm. I have to make sure both frames are updated. Version of the body with shape keys and expressions. Ship it off. Get it tested. Then ship it out tomorrow. Oh, all right. All right, good stuff. Pick the shape keys. Huzzah! We'll come back to this. Damn, I'm so tired. Mm. All right, let's send this version. Oh wait, let me double check the elbows. Apparently they keep disappearing, but I don't have any issues here. I see the elbows. Right. Let's get this version out. Boom. All right. It's time for me to go. I gotta rest. I'm exhausted today. Ugh. But thank you all for hanging out, Kai. Good to hang out with you. Hope you're doing well. Crosshatch, thanks for hanging out. Additionally, anyone else that is lurking out there. Snarnov. Thank you all for hanging out. Tired today. Tomorrow's Friday though, so I'm looking forward to that. But rest can't come soon enough. Anyway, I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and should be starting on a new avatar tomorrow. All right, catch you later. Bye.